Check, check. All right, I'm sure y'all heard me tapping away there. Let's get this going here. Okay. Shoot out the way. What up? I'm gonna do another little short stream today, I think. Today, I kind of wanted to, very least, get this kind of diagnosed. I mean, I'm pretty sure that this Lynx has a dead Hayato chip, but I gotta verify it first. And we're just gonna run a couple of basic tests to prove that. And I got some real basic bit shit that I've been honestly been needing to get done. But yeah, if I have time, I've really been enjoying the new Zelda, so I'm kind of just taking a break from that. And then as soon as I get bored with this, I want to go back and play some more. So let's just dive into this Atari Lynx. Now this one, I have updated everything, new caps, new power circuit, and when I plug it in, I get nothing on the screen. All I get is a black screen and a backlight, and that generally points to a dead Hayato chip, which is essentially the CPU. Fortunately, there is an Atari place out in Canada that does sell them. They're donor pulls, obviously, but it is possible for me to buy it. They are very expensive, at $40 a pop. So I'm essentially going to fix this and make probably absolutely zero money on it, but I'd rather have it working and have someone enjoy it than it just go end up in a landfill somewhere or in a parts bin. Because this, in my opinion, is savable. So let's go ahead and just we'll start getting this copper shielding off, because I've got to expose the stuff for the metal shielding up top and the legs, if you all remember, pretty much like right here at the corners. So I've got to probably gonna leave. I can't take the shielding completely off, but I can expose the legs at least. And of course I've got the wrong tip on for the job. No biggie. We'll use, you know what? Where's that? This guy right here. Nice big horseshoe. Okay. So, not sure if this is going to be necessary or not, but we'll just try to wick some of this away. This makes it a little bit easier for when I eventually have to clear out the leg. So unfortunately, I just can't get underneath the copper very easily to lift it. There we go. Really, it's just kind of held in place by this little bit of solder. As long as we do that, it should be. I don't know exactly how many solder points the shielding's got. Imagine it's. let's look at this one too. I mean, it's really not much of a problem to get these put back into place, but and over here's where we lifted before. Actually, probably could have used a little bit more solder on this, but honestly, it's fine. Okay. And come over and grab this corner. I'm assuming that all of these freaking solder points are going to be solder points for the metal shield up top, but Lord really knows. I mean, they do. So like, okay, let's grab. Just take a look at some things real quick. But we could see, like, yeah, like both of those are probably going to be legs. The issue is that this actual copper shielding is pretty much trapped in place by the cartridge connector, which is obviously soldered to the main board, and I have zero desire to remove that. So let's just we'll get that heated up in the meantime. Just continue on. Try to use my pump as much as possible, my automated one. Okay, got that. Now, man, that would suck if that shield was connected right there. Boy, that would really suck. That would really suck. So I guess in the meantime, we can just maybe make our lives a little easier here. Just kind of fill a little bit with some leaded. Oof, I wonder if a little bit of electrolytic leaked down into these, because yeah, you can see the legs for the okay, so it just looks like they're at the corners. Oh no, well, thankfully, no, yep, that is going to be a problem. That one's going to be a problem. Hopefully I can get to that one without melting too much stuff. Yeah, but I've got a pretty much, it looks like every solder point for the copper is also a solder point for the shield. So that kind of sucks. But you know, it is what it is. We can do our best to maybe pull some of this up manually first. See what we get here. So like, might actually switch tips again for this. And I need there we go. There's a piece of paper towel I can use to drop out these big chunks of solder that are gonna, like, look at this. This is what I literally pulled this out of the hole. A ton of solder in there, obviously, now because I just flooded everything and whatnot, but yeah, this is gonna be a son of a bitch, huh? No matter what I do, this is gonna suck. No pun intended. I just twist that? Alright, so this says it's ready. Let's see what it can do here. We shall see what it can do. I'm not a very big fan of this tool, I'll be real honest. You see, I can't fit it over the legs. I feel like I'm just gonna it's not gonna be effective. I'm just gonna have to use braid in the pump, I'm guessing. Probably gonna change this tip up now to get to a wedge tip. Let's use this knife edge. This sucker's pretty beefy. Should go well with these vertical legs. Okay. I gotta remember not to empty out the stupid solder sucker on the mat so I don't frickin' leave a whole bunch of metal everywhere. Alright. Didn't really pull as much as I was hoping there. Probably should not be leaving my iron on this thing as long as I have been as well. Yeah, this is just not going to go very well, is it? Okay, let's see here. Let's just try the old-fashioned way, huh? I need to order some thicker solder braid. This stuff is great for the smaller stuff, but when it comes to like this type of solder removal, it fails pretty miserably. Yeah, see, it's not even really enough to. There we go. That's just not effective. Holy shit. This is going to be a shitty effing job. Didn't think it was going to be that much of a problem, but... we might have a slight issue on our hands here. Okay, let's see. Yeah, see, like it doesn't want to wet anything. What the fuck? Alright, so this one is just That seemed to work okay. That guy looks like twisted though. That's the weird thing. It really does. The other issue is there's... Let's see if we can't... Okay, so let's see here. Let's grab our good friend Flux. Sometimes just a little bit of flux will help things flow. And that guy is definitely twisted a little bit, which is weird. I don't think I did that. And that's exactly what I really did not want to do. So I may have just literally just cut through that trace right there. This is why I need better tools. Clean this up a little bit, see how badly I just fucked up the board. I mean, end of the day, I could just solder that back, but it looks okay visually. That trace is fine. Just some very minor surface damage. That guy, that was just not... What about you? Are you free? You still feel like you're soldered. And you are twisted for sure. I honestly don't know how I'm going to fix that. I guess I could try maybe with the soldering iron. Maybe. Don't really advise this. Mainly because you're going to slip. It's barely sticking above the surface of the board here too. And, you know, let's see here. It is jammed in there. That's not good. So we might be a little screwed here. Frickin' Atari, this is a horrible design choice. Yeah, this is not letting me. I do not think that I'm going to be able to. Now let's clear out some other legs here. I might just have to hot air it. Probably what I'm going to have to do is like hot air it from the top and then just pull it from the bottom. But if I can clear out some of the solder first. Might make my job a little easier here. But I'm guessing that's what I'm going to have to do. And this guy looks twisted as well. Like what is up with that, Atari? Oh shit, I'm gonna have to just do the... I'm gonna have to flood this because this unleaded solder is not... Error. Oh. Neat. Well, my soldering iron broke. No, No wonder shit wasn't wetting, because my soldering tip is not working. Once in a while, sometimes the contacts get a little wonky. Okay. Now, I do this. Perfect. That was a nice big old suck. Okay. Got that going. Let's grab this middle guy. These are the real pain in the butts because it's kind of hard to get all this to play nice. Alright, got that now. Should just be able to. There we go. That came out pretty good, actually. That one came out pretty good. Okay, let's just move the camera. Keep hitting you up. Yeah, you can see all that tape is prevent things from shorting out. So, you know, Atari, that's probably the first sign that this design was not the greatest. This is actually working out way better than expected. Now, here comes the real pains in the butt, huh? Okay, so these... Oh, Lord, don't tell me I melted something. Okay. Gotta be careful when I'm waving my soldering iron around. Anyway, so these guys... really close to plastic, and I am not too sure how easily this is going to come out, but we will try our best here. Problem is I can't get into this copper like shit. Okay, so this copper is really... Ooh, shit, that's soldered together. Come on. Okay, so this copper is just really in the way. And there's no way to... No easy way. I mean, it's going to be deformed no matter what I do. Fuck. But I really don't care, honestly. Problem is that I can't get it to. What if I did something like that? Yeah, it's not really perfect, but I can't get this tip of this tool in there. So like, come in like this. Just slide in now. That's not gonna work. Maybe quick enough here. Yeah. Let's go ahead and try with some braid at the very least. We'll suck up some of that stuff anyway. Really probably should be doing this with an actual wedge tip rather than this knife edge. Boy, this is not working out, huh? Name you Atari. You know, I honestly didn't think this was going to be this much of a pain. A very good exercise, and why I invested the money in a T12 soldering station so I could hot swap my tips without much problem. Okay, maybe now, since I'm on a wedge tip, I can actually just kind of make better contact with the shit that we're trying to get rid of here. Or not. Poof. This stuff is some garbage ass solder. I'll tell you. It is not nice stuff. So, when faced with shitty solder, good flux is usually the answer. Yeah, that's working. It's choking up the braid super quick because this stuff is not meant for this much solder, but it is working. Can't tell how well it's working because this copper shield is in the way, but honestly not looking too bad. Okay, so now we're going to work with the one that's going to be a son of a bitch, and that is you right there. Because holy crap, I am not sure I'm going to do this without melting the plastic. Not looking forward to this one. Of course, I probably going to try to maybe just heat it from the top side as well. And pull it up. I'm a little worried about how a lot of these legs seem to be twisted, which is really odd. When you're soldering something, you would imagine the soldering connection should be mechanically sound enough. You don't have to deform the metal. God, I'm just chewing through braid too. Just because it's just a little bit more reliable when it's completely clear on this stuff, honestly. Ouch. Okay, so trim again. I really wish I could get my manual sucker in there. I don't think that's going to be a possibility. But good news is I don't think I've melted the plastic any. So that's a win. Okay, that worked surprisingly better than I expected it to. So that's a huge win. Okay, now we're left with this guy. So I think we're gonna just here, we'll start with the, probably should have been using a wedge tip from the start. But we'll just start by removing as much of this crap as we possibly can. That got clogged up pretty good, huh? Yep, sure did. Clean that little silicone tube here. Gotta go find my replacement. Pretty sure I know where it's at, but this silicone tubing is definitely seen better days. It's been through a lot. It's going through a lot. It is currently very clogged with solder. I think we should be okay though. Okay. Well, it's telling me it's alright. I actually really might need to being forced to go find the yeah. Hope it's here. If I was smart. Yep, I was smart. Oh, thank God. Got some fresh tubing right here, so we're gonna just use this as a measurement. You don't really need much. And we'll put the tube right back where I found it, because if I don't, I will lose it. 100% will lose it. Now we have a little bit of fresh silicone. Might make some of this a little bit easier. That's yet to be determined. But it... There we go. Probably... Well, we should be okay. I might have used a little too much, but we can always trim if we need to. But you know, I think for now, what we're going to do is that I'm probably going to go around all of the holes and do that. I mean, might get lucky and not have to use hot air. I would really prefer to not have to use hot air, but I'm really A, good at burning myself on braid, and B, withstanding the heat from the braid. So used to it now. In case y'all didn't know, this is pure copper, and by me applying a quite literal 800-degree soldering iron to it, it does tend to get a little hot. I think might be okay there. So that leaves us with all the corners still. We might still be forced to kind of... There's one. I'll work my way around slowly here. So these corners right here. Oh, see, now, God dang it, that one is twisted. I don't like how these are twisted. I don't know if I can untwist them without ruining the board. Let's see if we can't suck up a little bit of that solder on the other side of this. That is an issue. How do you untwist that? In case y'all didn't understand, using tweezers as a pry tool is never a good idea, and after this week I'm going to have to order a new set of tweezers somewhere. Okay, so it's really not wanting to pop up, and that's probably because that one side is twisted. Let's use this dental pick, might be a little bit better of a tool here. So it does not really want to let go of that. So I'm left with figuring out how I'm going to fix that. Because when I tried with pliers before, I felt like I couldn't really get a solid grip on it. So it's a little bit better. Okay. Okay. Definitely some solder still attached to it. Not much, but enough. Same thing with this side. Just really trying to see if I can get that little tiny, you could see that little bead of solder is right there. One thing I could really maybe do is try to heat and push. But I don't think that's going to work either. Okay, we might have to break up the hot air gun just to kind of free them. Let's get this in a board holder. Hopefully this stick vise should work. Maybe. I mean, it's wide enough, but the frickin' volume wheels and everything are going to make that impossible, huh? And then that's going to make that impossible. That might work. It's going to be crushing the volume wheels a little bit, but should be okay. I just kind of need to have it held in place. And then I can't remember what I was working on though. Was it? What was that? That's fine. That's fine. It's over this way. That was these guys. Top, yeah. Okay. So now, if I hook in like so, bring the microscope over so y'all can see. Maybe. You can see the metal pick in the top left. I've got it inserted. So maybe I can liquefy and just kind of pop them out. Bingo. Okay, probably how we're gonna go for the rest of the board as much as I can. Unless I can just pop it out by hand. Which I'm guessing is not going to be the case for most of them. Okay. This guy's also twisted. I don't know. Yeah, you can see how that... This is going to be a problem. Ow. Burnt the shit out of myself in that. Hot boards are hot. Just in case y'all did not know. Come on, you motherfucker. Alright, so... How am I going to do this? Because that sucker is in there, huh? Okay, let's see here. This is just gonna be a matter of leverage, I think. I don't really want to do it that way. I think that is kind of where I need to be. Issue is I don't really have anything heavy enough to counterweight. Let's try maybe this. This is an operation, let me tell you what. Now, problem that we're still going to have here is see how they twisted these freaking corners. Great, and I just did not do that. That might be enough to at least kind of maybe get to it from the other side if I have to, but I think it's free. Yeah, it's free. Okay. So now we gotta go do that for the other sides. But first we're gonna just see exactly what I can pull up by hand now. Okay, so that corner is still in there. That one's not. And these two. Alright, this guy is. Now this guy's right by plastic. Literal, just surrounded by plastic. And I don't think I'm going to be able to get might have to do this one by hand here. Let's try it, huh? So first we're going to just heat. There we go. Sometimes you just gotta do it by hand. Okay, so now I've got one corner holding me back. Two corners holding me back. One piece holding me back. That is this guy. Now, it's going to be kind of hard to see. We could see, actually, hold on a minute. Is that just because it's twisted? Doesn't look to be soldered. Okay. Well, hello, 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 hello. Let's get this workspace put back some semblance of order. I'll wash my hands here in a second as well, because they're now covered in flux. Okay. So we will set aside the rest of my parts. I sure as shit ain't putting that back on till I'm ready. Okay, so now we have the actual, honest to God, circuitry exposed. So this is the Suzy, this is the Hayato, I believe. Now the Suzy is what basically controls the graphics, so you could consider it the GPU, even though it's, I guess maybe a PPU would be more more appropriate, but either or, it basically handles the graphics, and now the Hayato is in charge of loading the game into RAM, because I think the way that the Lynx works is that they actually load the game into non-volatile RAM, or volatile RAM, excuse me, and it plays from there. It also handles the audio. So theoretically, when you get no audio and a black picture, you're most likely looking at a dead Hayato. And so what we're going to do is I'm going to short a couple of cartridge pins out to fool the system into thinking a cartridge is always inserted. Then we're going to apply power to the circuit. And then I'm going to just basically put my finger on the chip and see if it's heating up. Alright, so... Okay, so now I've got to basically do a little bit of research on Retro 6's wiki. I don't give a shit. Bro. Okay. So let's pull this up real quick. Power out of game. We need a short 31 to 33. And we'll do that with a small piece of wire, of which I have plenty. Okay. So grab this guy. This guy. So we're going to just plug in a little bit of, actually no, the funny thing is that I don't even think I need wire. Honestly. If I do this right. So there's 31s on the right and 33s on the left, because it goes from 33 to 34. So what we're gonna try to do here is just kind of put a little solder blob in between the two pins right here. might prove a little difficult. There we go. Okay. So that should be fine. So now the system will always think I've got a game plugged in, and the links, if you're not aware, will actually not turn on until it detects the cartridge is plugged in, because the cartridge actually causes the connection to the ground for the power circuit. So by shorting these two pins, we're essentially basically creating a permanent ground. So when I apply power, it'll think the cartridge is plugged in. I'm just making sure I didn't bridge to the top pin, and that looks good. And of course, obviously the best thing to do, put your meter in continuity mode here, boys, and just test it. That way you're not wondering. Just do this. So basically, we want to have a connection, obviously, on this blob. So when you hear beep, it means there's a path from point A to point B. Perfect. But we don't want it touching this guy, or this guy, this guy, or this guy. So we can see that we've got no connectivity. So this is a perfectly fine solder blob. Anyhow. Cool. All right, so we got that done. Now, it is a 9-volt system. I do know that we are good to put 9 volts through it, because I have honestly replaced the entire power circuit. So okay, so I think we're just safe to just kind of basically all right, so basically what I need to do, we're going to turn my PSU on here. All right, so he says, initially, I mean, I'm going to just go through his steps. This is retro6.wiki. They've got a wonderful section of the links. He's done a lot of work on this. Pretty thorough documentation on a lot of things, including schematics. So basically what we're going to do here is hook the ground to the ground. I hate these. I gotta get better alligator clips for this. Okay, we get ground to ground, and then we're gonna put positive up here. That should keep them from touching. Then I'm going to need to short TP17 to 18. Oh, I forgot I had to do a bodge wire in this one because I ripped that pad back there, huh? Yeah. It is connected, is it not? Just double check my. Yeah, it's solid as a rock. Did remember actually testing that. So there's TP18. I think 17's. Where is 17? Oh, I forgot that shield in the bottom is TP18, TP19, so 17 should be below, should it not? There's TP17. Okay, so 17 to 18. So, well, that's actually kind of hard to see. So let me just do this real quick. Okay, so that bottom circle, so this guy right here has got to get shorter to this guy right there to turn it on. So he wants me to set this to 5.5 volts. And I should be seeing around 100 milliamp power draw with nothing else. Okay, so power's on now. Grab me a pair of tweezers. Okay, so there's TP17. I gotta be careful, you don't wanna I got 0.238 amps. Neither the Suzy or the Hayato is heating up. Connect the battery springs. Battery probe. Oh no, my hot house is very, very cold. I'm a little confused. Oh, there's a short on the board. Now it's turned off. Quite honest, it might be easier just to do 17 here. Getting a high power draw. So maybe very concerning. I am also not a very big fan of how I've got to stretch that. So I wonder if I could just do a little bit of I think that's what I'm going to do. Just because a little bit easier to manipulate a wire. Again, this is not necessary, but I am going to make my life a little bit easier anyway. And just tune up a wire real quick. Alright, now TP17's right here. Let's see if we can't just blob some solder on. Let's get some flux and some fresh solder. It does make things a little easier. Okay. Okay. If there's anybody in chat right now, I do apologize. I can't see anything because I've got a web page pulled up. So if you're chatting, I do apologize, but I will get to you when I can get to you. Okay. So we got that. Now we're going to just basically solder you in so I have an easier an easier way to basically short circuit the power on here. Power's off, so okay. So basically, I just need to just kind of do that, and then just to prove here that we're good, we're gonna grab, turn the power like this, and then I can just grab this guy. Oop. Look at that. Now it's 0.1, 0.16, so that's normal. Okay, so now that's normal. Okay. I wonder why I was getting a higher draw before. My Hayato's not really. Okay, well that's now I'm getting 0.15, where before I was getting 0.24. So he's saying I should be getting around 100 milliamps with nothing else connected to the motherboard. So that verifies my power circuit is fine. Now we've got to verify the Hayato. Now I was kind of expecting this to heat up. I could pull out a thermal cam and take... Actually, you know, I'm going to do that. Let's pull out my thermal cam here. And let's see here. Do this real quick. There's nobody in chat, so... Had this thermal cam for a while now, and I barely use it, but when I need it, it is a handy little tool. It's not the best. There are better ones out there, but for what I paid for it and for how often I use it, it is a very capable device. And you know, thermal imaging isn't the most reliable, but like it can at least, you know, potentially give you areas to focus in. So I wonder if maybe I need to bump up to 9 volts now. See, now that's back at 0.25. Alright, we're going to do some thermal imaging real quick. I don't understand it though. And so yeah, actually you can see that's the Hayato. And this is the Suzy. And that's the RAM, right? Wow, the RAM's really heating up. I have one bad RAM chip, it seems like. And then the Hayato, like right in the middle at 29 degrees Celsius. And then you can see right next to it, this is the Suzy, and she is dead cold. We've got one RAM chip that's 55 degrees Celsius, and we've got the Hayato, which is at 20 or 38 degrees Celsius. Okay, so I don't know if the Hayato is a problem or not. The RAM is definitely not acting properly. Let's pull that off. Let's get back under the microscope. Very interesting. I was actually not expecting to see a problem with the RAM chips, but this guy right here is heating up pretty good. So if I do, let's just real quick. Now, grab my meter in continuity mode. So we've got these points should be system ground. Around the places I pulled the metal shielding from should all be connected, right? Yeah, this. So I don't have. That is ground. So that pad is definitely ground right there. There's no way you're going to tell me that's not ground. So that would be that this is ground, yeah. That's ground. But definitely nothing else is. I get a very short beep. $283 ohms. What are you up here? No, you're the same. 285 ohms. 285 ohms. Kilo ohms. 17, so. I guess it could be a low impedance. Well, it's not really low impedance if it's 290 ohms, but lower than I thought. All the joints look okay. I don't have any question with the soldering work there. Now, thing is if this like if I pull this chip off, I don't think the RAM would even heat up, but I don't. That capacitor wasn't shorted to the ground. Just kind of looking at everything on this circuit, like, so this should be a ground. Oops. Let's just get back into basic continuity mode here. So this should be a ground right here. And that's fine. It's 290 ohms. And same thing with this guy. Ground. And 290 ohms. 290 ohms. So that is a tough call. So let's just go back. We're going to take a look at his guide on the Hayato and do some voltage measurements and see if alright, so the Suzy, the Hayato ASIC. I'm going to do some reading on this. Okay, so I think that's the crystal, right? Yeah. Even without the Suzy prism, you check the hideout, assume some way alive, connecting 5-volt power to it through the safe boot, which is what we're doing. Hayato should output around 2 volts on pin 60. Bottom left corner, which I think is this guy right here. Because this chip doesn't have a real big pin 1 indicator, huh? So I guess pin 1 is... I guess that's... There's no way that's pin 1. Maybe it is pin 1. It goes counterclockwise with the chips, and there's 1, and then there's a 26, 27. Okay. So yeah, so this is 60. This is that. Yes. Okay. So that is confirmed. Okay. So we should be seeing. Yeah, that is hooked into the crystal. Okay. He says we should see. Okay. So. Should I put it on 2-volt on pin 60 when the crystal is connected and working, and the crystal pin 59 should start to oscillate? Okay, well, I don't have an oscilloscope. I do have a logic analyzer, but no oscilloscope. So we need to put this in the volts DC. And we need to get our power safely hooked up again. Okay. And now should just be able to boot this by. Okay. So yes, so now I should, if I probe this pin right here, I get 1.75 volts. Okay. Nothing. There we go. So I'm getting 1.75 volts. 1.75 volts. 0.75 volts. See, now my power draw dropped back down to point expected levels. That RAM chip is still getting pretty hot. Man, it would be kind of nice if it was the RAM chip. Because I bet you they're cheaper. So that RAM sitting at 38, and the Hayato is very chilled at 27.5. I'm thinking that RAM chip is dead. Do I have an SD card in this thing? I do not. But, well, I had one up there somewhere, but it is gone now, so that's cool. I just lost a 400 gigabyte SD card. That's not a big deal. Totally cool. Alright, so we'll just do it the old-fashioned way here. 0.15 amp. Let's turn this overhead off real quick just to get a hot thing on the board is that coil, which I'm guessing is transformer or just a giant ass inductor. But it's like 30. The Hayato is cold as shit. 29. Okay. I might just be able to order the RAM and try that first. Cause that's interesting. Now, does this turn it off or does this turn it on? I think it's just a power on. So let's turn it off real quick. See, wow, shutdown takes a while. Okay, now it should be off. Okay, it's off now. And I could actually really honestly just do this with my bare eye. So it jumps up to 0.223 amps. And then eventually it went back down to 0.15. I don't know what actually caused that. I mean, I could definitely feel the heat on that RAM chip. It's getting real hot. And there's nothing coming from the Hayato. Yeah, that RAM chip is shorted. I'm pretty sure it's just the RAM. Okay, let's just grab this on screen. So this is the RAM chip right there from Sharp. And if I Google this some bitch, let's see here. LH 2464. Sharp. Yeah. Get 4 of them. Maybe. I guess it's just I guess they're obsolete. $32 kilobyte RAM chips. So the only spot that I'm seeing right now, there's a place called Wellgain Electronics. $12. think I might just go ahead and order it and try it. But I think that's where we're going to stop with the links for today. That was some good work, honestly. And I'll ask some questions on some other forums. Actually, I'm going to do that right now. Okay, so let's go ahead and just put out some thoughts here real quick in the links forum. Okay, so we're going to go here. I really got to replace this freaking phone screen. Okay. Well, we got that taken care of. So, you know, given what I know, we're getting 1.75 volt on pin 60, the crystal, and I think that kind of keeps pointing me back to the RAM. So I think I'm just gonna order a RAM chip and go from there. I did put out a feeler on the Retro 6 Discord just to see if maybe someone can confirm my testing methodology and tell me if I'm an idiot or not, because, my channel name is not very clever and is in fact very true. I will be right back. Alright, well, I have not really been looking forward to this, but we've got to do it. Been sitting in my damn box for freaking ages. A long while ago, I bought a couple of these switch lights in a custom shell. And I got them mainly working. But the big issue is that whoever did the shell swap really did not do a good job with the screen. And what happened is the screen itself, fuck me, dude, I'm just gonna fucking just take that out. Okay. All these, this. Okay, I'll show you here in a second. I just want to make sure I wasn't going to lose any buttons. Okay, so the screen is not completely attached. Well, maybe this one is. Am I an idiot? Am I just an idiot? Well, maybe I'm just an idiot. This one I guess the digitizer just sits above the frame some. I don't like that. I'm not like in love with that, but I mean it is attached. I could have sworn the other one that I'm going to pull out definitely wasn't. That's a switch digitizer, isn't it? That sure as shit looks like a switch digitizer. With maybe a protector screen on it? Nah, that's just a... So that's why it's not fitting in the case properly. So these guys went really above and beyond here. Oh, look at that, I'm missing a screw for that. I don't know, maybe we just put it back together and call it a day, because... Oh yeah, look at that. This is the one where this guy really did a shit effing job. So this little piece right here is strip screw, and that's a broken part of the metal shielding. Well, I initially thought that he didn't seat the screen right, but I'm guessing what he did was just use a switch display. So we just screen swapped the switch display? Is that gonna even work? Well, I'm really curious now, because holy shit, I can't believe I didn't even notice that till now. So I was like, yeah, there is no black digitizer for switch light. There's a gray, but no black. Okay, why does that keep telling me it wants to record? It's still live, okay. 2 o'clock. So we have all the bits and bobs. Hopefully. If not, I can definitely rescue some extra buttons and whatnot. Freaking so many dead switch lights that I could just pull parts from. It's not even funny. But I would love to get this one honestly just put back together again. Okay, so let's grab you. Now I am missing the daughter board for this. That's weird. That's very weird, but okay. We'll track one down. I know I've got a couple of them on that. Actually, it does not go there. This one goes here. There's a little center post nub for that. Now, so A button will be here. I'm going to grab a pair of tweezers. Tweezers are the easiest way to put buttons in my opinion. A button. Now, of course, they're also indexed, so they'll only go in one way. Right? That should be the A button. Okay, let's just get the screen up off the mat too. That helps. Y button. That's the B button. The B button is the bottom. The reason now I'm very familiar with this is because I've been playing a crap ton of the brand new Zelda, which, if y'all have not played that game, go play that game. It is freaking amazing. Well, if you like Breath of the Wild, anyway. I love Breath of the Wild. This is Breath of the Wild, but much better. I like. Oh wait, that's right. Y is the yeah. X is the top. They had some nice improvements. I like the starting area, and I felt like I wasn't as lost in the beginning as I was with Breath of the Wild. Um, felt like I did a lot of wandering in Breath before I kind of realized what the hell I was supposed to be doing, which is not really the greatest feeling. Okay, so this is the plus button. Now that also only should go in one way, but might be a little. Should. There we go. A little diagonal. Now, I think I need. So this. I'm missing some important. So this is not for that guy. This is not for that guy. This is definitely gonna be a fucking pain in my butt when I put it back together. And this is the minus button. So we are missing some pads here now. Oh, I think I see how it's supposed to go. So the minus is like this. Yes. Okay, so you should just drop right on in. Perfect. And you slide over like so. So I am missing. The button for the home. I swear to God, I just saw one the other day too. That's the crappy thing. I have to remember what the heck I did with it. Oh, come on now. Hopefully that should be okay. Now the picture button. This is the screen capture button. And this should go right there. Okay. Now I'm seeing. Oh, there it is, right there. Perfect. See, I knew I saw this the other day. And this last little membrane is meant for this guy. So that should be all of the membranes. Oh, did I have to replace? Yeah, I've got to replace the cable on this one. Well, crap. So in order to do that, we are going to make our lives a lot easier. Oh, I'm missing a circle pad membrane, which is not fun. Fuck. Hopefully I could find that. If not, I'm just going to have to pull one off another light. Dang. Somehow we lost a little membrane that goes to that guy. Doesn't look like it's Unfortunately, it is not stuck to the board. Okay, well, regardless, we are going to have to pull off this battery tray. The reason we're going to have to do that is because I've got to reattach a new daughter flex cable, which I actually already have hooked into the main board. But in order to pull the old one off, I have to pull out the mid-frame. Thankfully, it's not really that big of a deal. Just more work than I was expecting. Okay, got those. There's guy up here. Okay. Ooh, okay, so that tall one is going to go up top. Okay. So I'm just... Well, that's got to be a switch light screen because the battery or the backlight is 100%. Switch light, because on the switch screens the backlight would be down here. Of course, y'all can't see, but so you switch, the backlight comes up here, and the switch light, it comes up there. Anyway, so we can sort of set that one aside gently so the buttons don't all pop out. And I can show you. I'm going to... Well, I guess that's not necessary. This frickin' thing, though. Annoys the crap out of me that it's like this, but not much I can do, unfortunately. Alright, so this thing is just dead, so we can just kind of pull it off. You're dead, Jim. Now, the new one. I think I am going to just go ahead and do this. It does make my life a little bit easier. Get the Wi-Fi antenna out the way here. And then we could pull the... What we're going to do is basically hook you where you're supposed to sit, like that. So the... Oh, shit. I guess really I need to kind of keep onto this. Shouldn't have ripped it like I did. Anyway. Well, that did not really work out like I wanted it to, huh? It's not a huge deal. There's a fold that's got to make. And I think it goes... So, and like so, okay. Just kind of like that. Bang. Just kind of want to fold it down. And hopefully that existing adhesive probably should have folded it a little higher, I guess, or maybe a little lower, I don't know. Let's see here. Now this needs to kind of go like that. There we go. All right, we should be fine. Okay. Now we gotta put this back. Off. We'll monkey around with the. Okay, now you're set. And you can go back into place down here. Right? It should have a little peg that this sits on. Just like this. Do you believe? Just have to get you lined up. Not. What's it like this? Or is it even further down? No, it couldn't be further down. I think it goes just like this. There we go. Had to find the little peg there. Still not wanting to cooperate fully. There we go. Okay. Lined up, lined up, lined up. Grab the very small one, which I think is exactly what I needed. And that just goes there. No? All right. Can't really see. Maybe I was wrong with that. No, that's definitely the... That's definitely the screw box right there? No, that's it right there. It's right the first time, damn it. Dang it. There we go. Oh, that was freaking off on that one. Okay. Now we should be able to get that in. There we go. That is a much better connection. Now, we know that this tall boy up here, it does appear this idiot has also lost a couple of mid-frame screws. Now, these things suck, dude. And these are the exact reason why I stopped buying modified switches. It's like, oh, cool, it's atomic purple. It looks so neat. I can probably get a couple more bucks for it. Yeah, well, maybe if the person installing this crap knew what the heck they were doing, I'd probably have an easier time with it. However, these guys definitely did not have much of an attention to detail. And somehow they also fried the Wi-Fi chip. And the other crappy thing is I don't know what happened to my screws for this. Unfortunately, the switch light has a couple of slightly specialized screws. And that is not sitting right. Huh. We'll have to see about finding that lost membrane, which I know is gonna be somewhere. Now, unfortunately, these I think are. I have much easier time just putting the membrane in and then kind of working like that. It's a little bit more delicate. Sometimes the membrane wants to pop out, but once you get things aligned, oh, and I'm missing speakers for this, and boy, this thing is a freaking mess right now. See, this was meant to be bent a little bit more. We'll have to figure that out too. But what we can do in the meantime is at least to hold things in place. I'm gonna go search for parts. Okay. Okay, that's fine. Come on, Justin. Yeah, there's a reason why I stopped working on switch lights. Not that bad, but some of these things are just a pain in the ass. And I've got to go frickin' figure out what I'm going to do about screws, which I'm kind of upset at myself because And that's exactly what I was trying to avoid. Did not work out. Okay. At least that's the easy one to put back. Oh my God, cat. Shut the fuck up. You should never have this much of an issue, but this thing does not want to sit over the button right for some reason. There we go. This thing got a little mushy too. I repaired this button for. Oh, maybe I didn't repair this one. What the heck? But it's not letting the button fully come back up again. Cat. She's going fucking crazy right now. And I still don't know what happened to half the shit that goes with this. Which is really kind of upsetting, because I usually do a pretty damn good job of keeping all the parts together. Cat, you're driving me fucking crazy. And I got literally everything, but the daughter board, the speakers. Okay, well, I'm just gonna have to pull my parts out, I guess. Cat, you're driving me nuts now. There's no game card reader for it either, which I've got one of those right here. Thankfully. I'm also going to pull out a heat pipe because that's not in the bag. Let's see what we got here. Heat pipes galore. And we got sorted parts galore. Okay, so let's see here. Just in case that game card reader doesn't work, I'll keep these out. We got some speakers. This one doesn't actually have a speaker in it. If this one has a speaker. This one. Okay, got that. And we'll grab ourselves button membrane. Okay. So that should get me what I need. Hopefully these speakers work. I'll have to frickin' double check that, but just... Alright. Loosen you up some. That should let me get everything in place there. Okay. You're in place. Okay. Now we need to get bits and bobs. So do we have screws in here? Oh, we do. Hell yeah. Okay. Okay. That's a... Okay, well there's case screws floating around. That's definitely a switch light. That one's a little bent. Grab another one. That one's a little bent. Just trying to get a nice one. I guess they're all gonna be a little bent, probably, so really not a huge deal. As long as the copper's not completely crimped, breaking the heat pipe. Probably should store these on their own though, rather than with a bunch of other parts. Okay, now we need a bag of screws. Good deal. So these should be... Fucked if I know, but not enough for what I need. And we've got those, which should be a full system, I'm hoping. Okay. So, essentially, I'm gonna start doing here. Let's get this all put back together now. See if I can remember this. There's some daughter board screws in there as well. So I do kind of remember shoulder buttons having... Speaker as well as a brass screw. Okay, I think this guy up here is a brass screw. Screwing all this shit in, and I know for a fact I think this one was a silver screw. Could be wrong on that. We'll figure that out in a second. No. Maybe? Could be wrong on that one. Could be brass on that one as well. Alright, so I can't use that shield because this thing was in there. I'm probably just going to Dremel that fucker off. Quite honest. I don't think I'm getting that out with anything. I think if I could just get something in there, I might be able to get enough friction on it to... It is literally just... I did try this before and I had zero luck. Yeah. I'm probably just going to have to Dremel that sucker off. Because it does not want to cooperate with me. so to snap the case. But yeah, it's just not anything to purchase on the inside of that. It is completely rounded. Sometimes you get like these little square bits in there, but I think it's just literally just too rounded for even that. Well, my cat is currently on my shoulder because she is like just desperate for attention. Yeah, that is fucked. Okay, well, I'm not going to worry about that for now. I'm just going to have to Dremel that later. What I do want is to find a daughter board. And hopefully do a quick test. Alright, let's see if we can locate that daughter board. Ages since I've had to work on these things, and so I don't really know where everything went to. Joy-Con rails in that bag. That's interesting. Okay. Yeah, I'm missing a whole lot of important parts here. What are you? Your Joy-Con rails. Keep those. What are you? You are PSU. I believe it's all PSU repair parts. I am clueless now. I had these are all daughter board flex cables, but I could have sworn. I'm missing parts now. Actually put a spoon. Shit. Well, that sucks, man. I had a whole thing of. I could have sworn. Huh. Well, this is kind of an eye-opener for me because I had ordered brand new daughter boards from China and they have now disappeared. To be quite honest, the problem that I'm going to have is that unfortunately I don't really have too many spare daughter boards because I had to use them for other projects, so unless I can find that might work. We'll try it. I've got to really organize half this crap now. I just have spare parts on spare parts on spare parts. They're just a giant mess. So that might actually, no, I don't know. This is probably a dead daughter board. If I had to wager a guess, it says bad, question mark. Gee, I wonder if it's bad. Okay. Well, resistors look fine. That looks fine. What about this connector? Sometimes this one dies. I mean, that looks okay. I guess we could try. Can't really hurt. Yeah, I know you guys getting a lovely view and nothing there. Alright, so just kind of jerry-rigging this for now. I mean, everything about this went missing. It's probably because I stopped really kind of caring about this one because of the screen. And I was just so over it. Now this is the fun part. This one is just a giant pain in the butt, and with these replacement cables are even worse. Because they're not kinked right, so they don't ever want to line up as easily as a factory cable does. That's cool. And this is definitely not on screen, but essentially I'm not really wanting to use metal on these because then you've got two problems. I don't really like where I folded the cable. It's like it should have been folded slightly farther down. It doesn't really want to cooperate with me in that sense. Yeah, actually that's better. End of the day, I'm probably gonna ruin this damn cable as well and have to waste another one. It's another bag of parts I gotta go find because I ordered like a shit ton of these from Japan or from China. Because they were far cheaper there than buying them off of Amazon. The only reason I ever use Amazon for anything is because I need something now. Don't really suggest them as a part supplier, but for things like cables and shit, it's not usually too bad. I really would not want to buy things like ICs, but yeah, there was a reason why this cable was left plugged in. This is a son of a bitch. And this cable in particular causes probably about 90% of your headaches on a switch light. It's annoying as heck to get in. Connector is super fragile. I just probably bent like half the fucking pins in there now. It's just... Sorry, I'm gonna have to maybe do a little... Oh, it's focused on this too. Crap. probably got the length in there wrong. I should have just left it attached. Man, I might have to go and pull the mid frame out again. All right. She is in. She is in. Now, question remains, will I be able to get the battery connector in now? Because I completely spaced here. This is a really horrible design decision on Nintendo's part. This sucks so much. You have no idea. Yeah, god dang it. Because you literally can't manipulate the cable under the wire under the cable. God dang it, man. One thing I will say though is if I get this even close to functional, probably never going to touch it again. Okay, I'm doing what I don't suggest doing, which is you don't ever want to use that cable to press down on this battery connector, because you'll basically just put giant divots into the flex cable, but you can kind of just use a little bit of pressure on the top to kind of keep the plug in place. Should be okay. Just don't press down on it. You don't want to use it to try to make it plug in, so to speak. The whole reason you do the battery last is because this flex cable is responsible for carrying 17 volts. And so if you basically short something inside that connector, very good chance 17 volts will go where 17 volts is not meant to go, and that's not even plugged in. Normally don't even have this much of an issue with these damn things, but because this cable is not factory, it's making my life really miserable right now. Son of a bitch, man. I'll start yelling some really nasty words here in a second. Come on, you mother. Okay. At that point, I think we should be good. Slide this plastic tool in there. Let's get some decent pressure on it. Okay. Now you can reattach this because it popped off, because flopping around like a limp dick. Well, I guess they didn't forget any screws for the mid-frame because they're probably all coming from the daughter ward. That makes me feel a little bit better. Slightly, not much, but slightly. Alright, floppy daughter board. Hold you in place. We're going to cross our fingers here and we're going to pray. Okay, will she work? I don't think she will, but we're gonna try. God dang it! I only got 15 volts. But no backlight. Oh. Yeah. Yeah. Shit. Well, this sucks. I actually don't know. I think she is turned on, so let's just go ahead and, after all that hard work, undo it. Kind of helps when you want to test your display. Well, the sad thing is, though, I didn't see the backlight come on, so that is not a good sign. You got to actually hook in the LCD. Kind of good news is if this if this daughter board truly is dead, then I can leave everything else plugged in, but okay, we've got that. Oh, I've got to put the battery back now. Oh, actually, for some reason now this is a lot easier. Okay. So the other thing is this daughter board cable might not be installed correctly. Let's take a look at that real fast. It does not look to be the case, no. So, pull that out. We're going to firmly insert the cable. And using a plastic tool, close it down. Probably should be replacing this flex connector, looking at how melty that is, but oh great, so well, son of a bitch. Alright, pray for me. I still don't think it's gonna work, but oh, okay, there we go. Daughter board at least is giving power to the backlight. Yeah, so you're like, yeah, there's no oh, because I'm an idiot. Well, the Joy-Con won't work because the Joy-Con's not hooked up. So let's go ahead and do that. And actually, let's get that said and done. We got you up there. So we're going to take a tiny little black brass screw here and we're going to secure the daughter board. Know for a fact you are a brass screw. Okay, that should keep you into place. I should just be able to hook the Joy-Con in with no problem. Now, home button works. Oh, Joy-Con's fine. That's fine. That's fine. Okay, that's fine. Okay, now that turned... Yeah, we've got a short. Because that should not cause the power flex to trigger. Damn. After all that, I'm going to probably have to go find a new fucking board. Okay, so... Here's my controllers and sensors. Test input devices, test controller buttons. Yeah, see, we're getting crosstalk. When I hit down, the volume down goes. When I hit, all right, and that shuts the screen down. So either that daughter board is dead, like I have written on it. Or I have... This is what we're gonna do real quick, because I've honestly got to kink this better. Anyhow, take this part, and then we'll just see about very gently peeling this. Okay. Now, it was very possible I ruined this cable, but I don't think I did. I'm guessing, though, judging from the way things are, this daughter board is probably verifiably got an issue with it. I could just replace the connector on it, which I might go ahead and do. Okay. So we'll do this the least stressful way. Alright, so that's hooked back up. Flip. See, now this is a hell of a lot easier. Probably what I should have done from the start, just before I started monkeying around with stuff, and then I've got to go dig through things and see if I can find the last known working daughter board that I've got. I think these are all going to just be, honestly, brass screws, but... Oh, this one is. Just to kind of hold that better in place. Okay, flopping around, and now we're gonna plug you in again just to see you do what I know what you're gonna do, which is not work. Oh, now I don't have a backlight. Okay. Or do I have a backlight and I don't have a display? No, I have no backlight. This is what I was talking about. Now this connector right here is responsible for so many freaking headaches. And on top of which, we're going to test out some speakers too. Just want to make sure this is working. Okay, and we will look at the connector under the scope just to make sure we've got it. See, I probably don't have enough pressure on the cable right now because this stupid thing is just not in the most perfect of shape. And if you don't have enough pressure on this cable, nothing will work. Alright, so we got battery, got a connector verified here. Wow. Still no display. It's booting though. Yep, here we go. I actually can't even see anything. That's weird. Normally, you can see things, but well, the good news is that I think I solved the button issue, but the bad news is that since I flipped the cable, I think what's going on is that the backlight's not working now. So if I do reverse my work, maybe we'll get the backlight, but then the cable's not gonna, and then the buttons aren't gonna function right. So I either have an issue with the connector or this cable is now fried because I'm an idiot. I do have fresh cables. I actually had a whole bag of them. Yeah, that just goes in so easy. So that's fucking fine. Let's see what happens. But the good thing is when I was clicking that thumbstick in, it was definitely not causing the screen to go to sleep. Yeah. Since I don't have a power flex hooked up, I have to do all of my work here on the damn. Alright, so maybe if my experiment's right here, the backlight should show up, but then my button should stop working. Nope. Backlight is completely dead still. Display is dead too. So we're definitely still getting a booting system. But we've got no display. What happens? Do I have to reseat that connector again? Absolutely no display. Okay. That's weird. But, you know, again, it could be just due to that cable. It's not telling the display to turn on, but usually... Forgot. I'll keep the system powered on. Alright, so we're gonna reseat this. My guess is that this has nothing to do with anything. It's all going to be related to this dang power connector down here. Alrighty, let's see now. Nothing. Oh, there we go. Huh. Okay. But the question remains, is now will my stick do what it was doing before? And then, yep, look at that. I won't bring it up now. Did I completely short this system out? No. It's just this button now. I got rid of the volume crosstalk. Nope. No. Now this is triggering the left. Yeah, so this is just seriously hosed, man. When I click on the shoulder button here, what do I get? Take that off for now. Boy, this sucks. I mean, this daughter board could really potentially just be fucked, but... Oh, that's right. But That's not. Oh. It was doing it again. Yeah, for whatever reason, either the daughter board is dead or the cable is fucked. I guess I could try a different. If I could find my spare daughter board, which is really what I want to do. Dang, I know I had them. I just don't know what I did with them. Leave them here, did I? Quite literally. The very last one of these that I've got, I can't find. I don't even know if it's worth it just to. I don't really want to take this one out. Well, I think this one had a. See, like, what's the problem? These damn fucking daughter boards is that when I need them, I can never get again. Yeah, see, this one is just completely fucked. Then I could replace that. Oh no, yeah, so you can see down here, this whole thing is just fried. Yeah. So this is a non-working screen, so this should definitely go with the parts, not the working ones. Looking around. Sad thing is I don't know when I'm going to be able to get back to this again, because I have long honestly stopped caring about this one. Is that it? Please be it. No, that's not it. Dang it. I don't know why I've got so much trash in here. All this is trash. I don't give a flying fuck about that shit either. Yeah. She is just gone for the time being. I'm literally gonna have to track it down. I don't know what the heck I did with it. That's just kind of upsetting. But we'll take a look through some more bags here real quick. Plenty of shieldings, but no ladderboard in this one. Everything for like the 50th fucking time. This is all PS2 controller, PS4 controller parts. Yeah. And one of my earliest fixes if I've got a battery in a bag. Got all this bagged up. There's a power flex I can grab at the very least for this. Still gonna have to go through all this and keep reorganizing. A lot of this is just the same junk of back shelves, but there's a speaker in there, and I have to make it a point to go through it. Yeah. I stuck this thing somewhere stupid, is my guess. What the heck is wrong with this one? No, yeah. Oh, I think this is the one, yeah. It's got dead short to the CPU, and I fried the 77621. Good parts on this one, though. Both of these do not have a daughter board. Okay, well, I can't continue because I have no usable daughter boards. Now, I guess... so much crap everywhere. Alright, so let's just, for the hell of it, even though I don't think it's the problem, I just don't know. First things first, let's stop with the fucking seizures, camera. Alright, so... Fuck it all. I really don't like switch lights anymore. These things are just a giant pain in the ass. And I've just really quickly lost my patience for this whole fix. Alright, so we got this sucker. And if we look carefully, we can see that we've got... Alright, so... So this guy... So these two right here, right? So if I basically do this and look down here, it shouldn't be a ground. Goes to this guy. Okay. Come back up. Same thing with this guy. Basically, I'm just kind of trying to see any crosstalk, but I mean, it could be very well on the other side of that cable. And this connector looks clean as shit, and the other one is not. So that's not a ground. Now, hold it right there just to make sure. I don't think. So this one should be the far right one. So I should get a beep here. Should not get a beep here. Okay. So what the heck, man? What? Alright, so we're gonna, once again, so we'll look right here. Does this talk to you? Nothing. Okay. Now this guy, do you talk to you? So I've got 100%. I don't have any crosstalk. That cable right there. And we verify that the inside of this connector was good. Okay. Let's double check. No problem. Okay, so now what we do is cable hook back in. I don't remember. Then we're going to check with the cable plugged in if I'm getting any type of crosstalk. Theoretically, it's the same thing. So basically, like, what I'm saying here is, maybe just do this to get a little bit better of a view. Is this better light, maybe? I gotta talk to the coder and figure out what he's doing for an ND filter for these things, because anti-glare would be awesome. Alright, so it's actually kind of a neat idea I could try out. Alright, now probing out. So once again, basically, is this a ground right here? It is, okay. So this guy, not connected to ground. And then this guy should, oh, why are you connected? Well, that's interesting. Should that be the case? The heck? That shouldn't be the case. This guy isn't a ground. There we go. That was probably just bad probe placement. But since we have that resistor in the way, there's no direct path. So now I wanted just to see, do we get any crosstalk on these now that we've got the cable hooked in? Nothing on that one. Yep. See, we've got crosstalk here. So now what I want to see is it this side? It might be this side. I might just go ahead and replace it. Might go grab that random switch light board I had and plug it into that to see if we get the same kind of crosstalk. But there we go. Now you can see how this fucking connector is quite literally the worst thing in the fucking world. Alright, so do we get crosstalk? We do. So I think it's this connector. Alright, well, fuck it. I mean, on this one at the very least, it's pretty easy to replace this one. So we'll replace it and take a look at a couple other things. Is that the only one I had? I don't want to break anything. But that would be kind of neat. Because I really don't want to have to replace it on the Mobo side because it is a nightmare. Not really a nightmare, but I always semi-struggle with it. Did I screw it in down here somewhere? Shouldn't have. Oh, I did. Up top. Yeah. Thought I had screws in this board. Alright. Let's throw you back in the pile. Get the cable out. That's good news, though. So, all along, it could have just been the FPC connector on this board here. Now, the one thing I do want to do is these little micro switches are kind of fragile. It's about the only thing on these sides of the other micro switch is just plastic. It kind of sucks, but God's honest truth, I'm really getting tired of this and I want to go play Zelda. Really want to go play Zelda. We're gonna just Captain tape it off to hopefully kind of just maybe protect it a little bit. And we're gonna get you into a clamp here. Of course, it's a odd shaped board, so got that going for us, eh? Okay. Thankfully, should not be too difficult of a task. A good shot of my fat gut. Alright, so let's get you off, you son of a bitch. Cover it in some flux. I like flux. Just kind of lets me know what the temperature of the board's like. It's not too necessary with desoldering, but you can see how it just melts down instantly once it starts bubbling, and I know that things are starting to get nice and warm. The cool thing is these are very thin boards, so it doesn't take long. Nice thing about the flux on the board is I can just leave it there. We'll retin. Get a little fresh leaded on this tip. And I love these because, to be quite honest, there's no frickin' passes in the way. So it's just so easy to kind of just tin up the pads and then desolder everything or clean them. Okay, that's braid's a little dirty on that, so let's just get some fresh braid. I might have made my life a little harder there, but not really. Honestly, it doesn't matter if I nick up a little solder mask on this side. I thought I had. Oh, I've got plenty of new ones right here. It should just scrub away quite easily. Yeah, I took off a little bit of the solder mask, but that's because I was just being pretty violent with it. Again, with this, it doesn't really matter too much because it's not a BGH chip we're worrying about. All the legs should be on their respective pads. Just a nice amount of fresh solder. I mean, fresh flux for some fresh solder. And we're just going to basically do the same thing. Okay, so we need way more flux. What the hell? Maybe I should just drop the temperature down on this too. But that flux really... Fresh solder. That was kind of weird how it's... Okay. I've really never seen so much. I don't like this. Let's maybe drop you down to like... Drop that tip down a little bit. I'm going to clean up and do this again. So, yeah, it just did not like what I was doing there for whatever reason. That looks horrible. I'm pretty sure there weren't any passes behind that, but nah, if anything, they would be bypass. So not really necessary. Alright, so let's try this again, huh? Really clean this tip off. Okay. If not, I'll just go back to the micro tip, but Just seems like when I did this before, it was absolutely fine with what I was doing. Alright, there we go. In fact, maybe I'll start soldering at this temperature completely. So those are prepping really nice. Alright, that looks good. As good as I can hope. I'll just do a quick little scrub so I can see. Yeah. Much better. Much better. Okay, I mean, yeah. A little violent with the solder mask there, but really not, like, again, not a huge deal. Kind of sucks that I'm about to burn a fairly expensive connector on a daughter board, and this might not even work, but all in the name of science, right? So, let's see here. Light power. Let's grab one of you bitches. And oh, there we go. Why is it such a pain? Okay. So, alright, so this guy, let's drop you on. Get you put into place here. Actually, you know what? We're gonna grab the old pokey jammy. The funny thing is that the reason why it kind of sucks to get this put into place is because of the tin pads, and they don't really want to glide over them too much. But the good thing is surface tension should take care of everything else. That's good enough for government work. This is more of an experiment anyway, and then hopefully it'll just settle down. So unfortunately, I don't have any flux in the board right now, but what we're going to do is tack it, flux it, flow it again. You can see the port settling. Okay. It might be good, but just in case, I'm going to add a little bit of flux. It kind of really sucks on these connectors because it does tend to flow to the inside of them. So we've got to double our efforts and really clean. Now everything should kind of just really flow into place. There we go. Let that cool for just a second. And we'll get it off for a good clean. Alright, back to the blue mat. Get you out of the holder here. And let's get you cleaned up some. Then we're gonna test, do the solid test, just to make sure we got everything. But judging from the way that kind of sucked into place, I'm going to assume that we got everything nice and soldered. So much nicer on this and on the Switch because there's no components on the other side of this board, and then it's not surrounded by a mass of passives on the other side. Now, I am using an exorbitant amount of alcohol here because, again, once the flux kind of gets inside this connector, it's a giant pain in the ass. So you kind of flood it, and I found if you just flip the latch up and down a couple of times and then scrub with it closed, it kind of like squeezes everything out for you. Okay, should be good. I think what I'm going to do now is grab a fresh cotton swab. Just clean up the front on top of the connector. Try to get squeak is good. Alright, so now just go final treatment here. Oh no. I knew that was going to happen. Oh, I just ruined it. Potentially. I don't think I'm getting that damn button back in though. See, and that was the part I was trying to not destroy. And I destroyed it. Moved too quick. But I might be able to salvage that from something else. Thankfully the buttons are everywhere on the switch lights. Might actually just be able to fix it. Not the easiest thing in the world, but you never know. I've been feeling that was going to happen. I knew I should just left it alone. No reason to tape it. So, for anyone out there watching, yeah, I would avoid putting tape over these damn switches. Alright, let's clean this off real quick. Keep the board dry. I won't monkey with this too much because if anything, I'll just frickin' just go steal one from a dead switch light board and pop it back on again. But here we can see the yeah, and this thing is the actual button, and the problem is I don't know if I'm, oh crap, where'd that go? It's on my finger. Okay. Alright. That's the issue though. So the issue is that once these things pop out, there is really no getting them back in. There really isn't. I mean, the best I could maybe do is put like a little bit of capping on top of that. That's probably what I'll end up doing. I mean, that'll work for now. I could just crazy glue it. But it's working. Okay. So perhaps I panicked for no reason. I guess they don't slide in the button, it's just adhere to the outside. We might be lucky here. Still getting a pretty good click on it, so. We'll try it out. If it don't work, then we'll just replace it. Okay. On to the solid test. So, you can definitely see all of our legs there. Solid. Solid, solid. Solid, solid, solid. Definitely solid. 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 That one might need a little bit of love. Zoom in on that. Alright, so I think it was the third one from the left here. This guy. Nope. Good. This guy. We are all good on that side. Now on this side. Ooh, boy. I don't know if I'm going to be able to tell. I think we're going to be good, though. Honestly. Everything looks good to me. Okay, so final test is knocking my main camera out of view here. There we go. Okay. So now we get to do the fun bit. Get this cable back into place here. Oh, actually, duh. I didn't even need to do that. We needed to do it this way. So I need to just basically hook this in. I think what was going on, it was like, once the cable was inserted, maybe it was like a bridge on the inside of this connector? Maybe? This don't work. I am literally just hitting end stream and saying goodbye because I don't care anymore. Okay, so let's see here. So, okay, now the heck. There we go. Let's just move this now. All right, I'm gonna zoom out. Focus. So we have remember it was this guy and this guy. Okay, so this guy. Oh, I might have to plug the Joy-Con back in. Okay. That wasn't connected. This guy? Damn it. So we still, now if I pull this out. I just waste the connector. I mean, if I didn't waste it, I still have it, but. Dude, that is so weird. There is a short somewhere, and I don't know what is causing it. Now, what did I do with the connector before I lose it? That was still good. I hope I didn't freaking blow it away, because it looks like I did. Crap. Oh well. What's another $3 down the drain? Shit. It's my own fault for not instantly putting that aside. Might be stuck to me somewhere, but she is a lost cause. So the moment that I plug this guy in the socket, okay, now it's going to short. Right? Why? Okay, I've got to track this guy down some. So that's this pad right here, right? So this pad. You sure this isn't ground? Oh, fuck me, it's ground. Really? That's a ground pad? Why? Why do they connect? So that's not ground. That's not ground. No, it's not a ground pad. See, this is the line right here. Comes all the way down to here. And then from there, so that connects to this pad right here. And then if I just kind of just show you just a little bit, so this should be this guy right here. Now, if I come back up without the cable plugged in, I'm not getting a connection. But with the cable plugged in, I am. Unless I'm supposed to be, but I don't think I am. It's gonna be the same thing. Like if I hook all this together, it's gonna do the same thing. I don't know why that is. It's so weird. And I guess I could pull the connector off again too and just take a look at the pads underneath, but why? Actually, you know, I don't think it matters which side of the cable I plug in. I mean, a cable could theoretically be broken. I could try a fresh cable, but I don't think that's going to be the problem here. Okay. Just so I can see what the heck I'm doing. So we know that this guy right here is shorted up here, right? It is the cable. It's 100% the cable. That's so weird. Did I like break it internally? So if I plug the other side in, put the other side in. Now it should be shorted to each other, right? This guy to this guy. Weird. Holy crap, that is so weird. So that means that I should, when I do the same test, I should see it on 2 spots. One. Two. One. Where's this guy? One. Oh, those 2 pads are connected. It doesn't matter. If these 2 pads right here are connected. These are all like, I don't call them differential pairs, but so it doesn't matter if those are connected or not. And I guess if I plugged in a fresh cable, I'm going to get the same result. So this is a brand new, never kinked, never used cable. Right, so I'm just going to plug in one end here. Never kinked, never used, so there's literally nothing wrong with this effing thing. Not even indented on the flex. Slides in beautifully. Good connection. So now, do we have the same scenario? Okay, I got this guy, and then up here. No. See? See? This is fine. So I must have damaged that flex somehow. Yeah. Okay, well, that's kind of promising. Kind of promising here. Just do ourselves a slight favor. Unplug power. Do this. Make sure you're all the way up. And we're going to slide you in. Because get this to work. I'm going to call it a freaking day. Now, there's also the slight chance that this connector is causing the problem. But before I completely ruin this, I'm using the plastic here to just make sure I don't really kink that cable. Okay. So now we're gonna basically just do what we did before. A couple of small screws real fast to hold her in place. Okay, it's probably better just to do it like this so y'all can see too. Okay, and then another one. Down here. Then we're going to hook the Joy-Con up. Okay. And the backlight connector. Okay. And flip this up. Hook in the powder. Okay. And because I still don't have the power flex hooked up. Trying to be so careful of this frickin' cable so that I don't destroy it in any way. Alright, we got the... See, now no backlight. No backlight. No display either. So this is just a, you know, that's probably that damn connector on the mobile side of things. So weird. And I wonder if I flip the cable around the other way, am I going to get the short on the daughter board now? Pressing no backlight. Okay. Yeah, that's funky. Let's see, it's at least it's not turning off the screen, but okay, so now if I flip this cable around, am I going to get the short again? That's the problem. Okay, so brand new cable. I didn't think I damaged that flex, but when I insert it this way, okay, now is the same problem still there? Is it there? I probably really should just replace that damn thing. That's probably the entire issue, and I'm just trying my best not to touch it. Alright, so now we want to know, am I shorted on this side? Dude, that's so weird. Is there a proper direction for these to be put in? So I guarantee you what's going to happen is I'm going to put this in. And I'm going to get backlight, but then the buttons are going to be fucked up. Like, I don't really understand this problem. I'm so confused. it shouldn't matter because look, I got the 4 fat ones right there, and if I flip it around like this, oh, look, I got 4 fat ones right there. It does matter. Possibly, she said. So I guarantee you when I plug this in, I'm going to get backlight, but the buttons are going to be fucked up again. So that kind of begs the question. I've got to actually see now on a working switch light board. Actually, I have one right next to me too that I could take a look at, potentially. But I'm assuming that this is probably the correct way. Maybe. Now, really what I should be doing... See, I think this is wrong. I'm just wondering... Alright, so... This is what I have. And then... Yeah, so this is going to give me backlight. But the buttons are going to be fucked up. Watch. This will be kind of a cool experiment. I'm learning stuff, though. I'm learning stuff I haven't really messed with before. Nope, no backlight. Still not getting that backlight. Now I gotta go check that flex, but... Yeah. No backlight. Do I get a display? Not seeing anything on the screen either. Okay, so let's go take a look at this connector again. Probably just gonna solder a new one on. Probably what I should just do, because it's looking pretty shitty to be quite honest, but I'll try this real fast. You can see how this on the right needs to get squished in. That's as good as it's gonna get, really. Because that's gonna get. Nope. There we go. Okay, now it's working. But watch, the buttons are gonna be fucked up. We'll find out right away. This thing takes forever to boot. Watch this. That's hilarious. That's fucking hilarious. Wow. Just wow. Okay, well, I've learned something new, which is not too often on switches these days. That's pretty cool. I'm just going to put all these, gather all these screws together. I'm going to keep all this to... together when I feel like fucking with it again, which is probably going to be a while because I fucking hate switch lights. Hate them. Fucking hate them. But we've got all the bits and bobs now put together. Got all that. Okay, so you're together. You're still turned on because I'm an idiot. Now I just wanted to take a quick look at something here. And so here's a factory switch. And on this one we can see that indeed the 4 fat lines go to the right. Okay? Now, well, let's see here. That's for grins. We'll pull this apart a little bit. So this one is pretty fried. Now what I want to know is, I'm guaranteeing you this is going to show me that I'm right. There's something wrong. I don't know why. I'm just going to have to kind of resign myself to this one right here, and I can just verify that on the other board if I need to, but this one was shorting to this guy. Let's see, on this board he's not. So there's like some sort of like internal short or something. But let's get the cable oriented right on this guy. So this is what we said, the four fat lines going to the logic board are on the right, right? So let's just do that real quick. We're going to get the 4 fat lines on this to go to the right. So this is how it should be. So this side slide in like this. Can't see, so I can't tell if I'm actually really lined up or not. Okay. So this one has the 4 fat lines in the middle, or towards the left, we'll say. And if we take a look at our example board with still the factory settings, we have the 4 fat lines to the left, right? Very similar. Okay. So now, when we do some testing, up here, are we shorted? We saw on the factory board that we were not, so this guy, and up here, who's this guy? See? Not shorted. But going this route, we get no backlight, right? And I think it's just because this connector is freaking fried, even though it really shouldn't be. I could verify the pins on the inside of this, but I'm pretty sure they're good. Okay. I'm guessing that connector is just toast, honestly. You know what? We're going to do it the easy way. It's a lot easier to slide this one in like this. So you got the 4 fat lines on the right, which means the 4 fat lines on the other side are going to be on the left again. And then I'll put up a test board just to once again verify everything. Okay. So, okay. And then push you. No, come on. No, I really should be using my plastic guy here. Just for posterity's sake. So now we slide this guy in. Just like so. Perfect. So much easier this way. Guarantee you though. Now, the backlight. It's been forever since I traced this, but God, I can't remember what's what. So let's just find ground real quick. So ground is here. So that's fine. But this guy. So this guy has no passives. It should be this guy right here should be directly hooked up to here. Okay, so that means that okay, so we have him. The other guy? I don't think he's ground. Okay, so we have both showing up on the other side. Now there are some passes. So it's making it to there. But the question is that it's not making it to here though. That should be connected, I think. Let's take a closer look, huh? No. That just disappears. Probably resurfaces somewhere on the backlight I see. Alright, so my guess though is we are not going to get some picture. Kinda over it at this point. But we will try anyway. One last try for science here, folks. And then I'm calling it an effing day because I spent way too long on this shit already. Alright. No backlight. Oh, you know, it kind of helps, folks. Kind of helps to connect the battery. Just so you know, in case you didn't. Here we go. Nope. She booting. No screen. No screen. So I just really think that connector's hosed or something. I don't know. I don't know. We get backlight one way, but not the other. And this thing is just like it's driving me nuts. Like I want to just call it quits, but it's like at the same time my brain doesn't work like that, you know? It's like it's got to know. It's got to know. I mean, the thing is melty for sure, but like, you look at this and it's not the greatest soldering job, but they're still connected. And besides, the backlight comes out the back. Right? Out this way. Ooh. Is that plastic or is that solder? Wonder if that's causing an issue. Kind of looks like plastic, but it's not even really touching. Alright, so this is what we're going to do here. You focused? You're focused. Okay, so let's grab my hobby knife. Let's go in there now. Batteries unplugged? Okay. Just making sure before I start shorting shit out. That was just plastic. Honestly, that was just garbage. It's not doing anything. And I'm telling you, if I look at these legs, they are all going to be solid as fuck. Nope. Definitely not. Nope. Nope. And nope. So the problem here, folks, is I have very shitty soldering. On the rear of this. That's it. That is all that is the problem. Guarantee it. So, I am just going to call it a day because I don't feel like pulling it apart. I don't feel like doing any more work. I'm done. I hope y'all have a good day. I will be back tomorrow for sure. I'm going to be working on my Turbo Express. Finally, going to get that recap tomorrow. I don't think I will be doing the screen mod on tomorrow. If I feel brave enough afterwards, I might pull this stupid thing apart again and get him put into place. Now that I know what the issue is, and I wasted all that time, a freaking expensive connector. Oh, I found it though. Haha. Maybe I'll even just, while I'm there, I'll just replace that connector with this connector, since that one's all melty and crappy. So that's probably not a bad call. Anyway, I had a interesting day, frustrating. I've got to go and do some research and figure out what the hell I did with some parts. But other than that, I'm calling it a day. I'm going to go play some Zelda. Have a good afternoon. I hope you guys do the same. Hope to see you here tomorrow. If you are watching later as a video, I stream every freaking Saturday and Sunday. Usually around 11 to 12 noon Central Standard Time. So on Saturdays I do modifications. On Sundays I try to do repairs. Not really set in schedule, but hopefully I'll see you here tomorrow. And if not, I hope you guys enjoy the rest of your weekend. It is the end of my vacation, so I'm going to do the best to do that myself. All right, y'all have a good one. Bye.